Cek, cek, satu cek, 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 satu cek, 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 satu, satu, satu cek, 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 satu cek, 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 satu, satu, satu cek, 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 cek.
Oke, cek 1 2 3. Cek, cek, cek. Selamat datang hadirin semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo, cek 1 2 3. Oke, cek 1 2 3. Cek, cek, cek. Selamat datang hadirin semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo, cek 1 2 3. Oke, cek 1 2 3. Cek, cek, cek. Selamat datang hadirin semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang hadirin sekalian. Selamat datang. Cek 1 2 3. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang hadirin sekalian. Selamat datang. Cek 1 2 3. Oke.
Cek, 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 sound, cek, 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 sound, cek, halo, cek, satu, cek, sound, cek, 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 satu, cek, sound, cek, cek, sound, cek, 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 sound, cek. Cek, cek, sound, cek, satu, cek, cek, sound.
Cek satu, cek, 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 cek sound. Cek, 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 cek sound. Cek, cek.
Islam, social changes in Southeast Asia.
Innalhamdalillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina Muhammadan ibni Abdillah wa ala alihi wa mala amma ba'du. Hadirin sekalian, selamat datang di second AICONIS Annual International Conference on Islamic Studies dengan mengusung tema Islam dan Social Change in Southeast Asia.
The Honorable Rector of Islamic State University of Imam Bonjol Padang, Professor Dr. Martin Kustanti, MPD. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Study of State Islamic University Imam Bonjol Padang, Dr. Andri Asadi, MAG. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Dr. Martin Kustati, MPD, Rector of State Islamic University Imam Bonjol Padang, Indonesia. Professor Ronald A. Lucans Bull, Professor of Anthropology and Religious Studies, University of North Florida. Professor Dr. Ali Panda, former Dean of KFC IAAS, former acting of Graduate School and 6th of Mindanao State University, Philippines. Dr. Siti Jehane U. Mutine May, Independent Consultant on Gender, Social Inclusion, Peace and Security, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Febi Febiola as she is to recite
Al-Quran diiramahkan amatlah merdu, alulan irama menggetarkan jiwa yang dadanya sara oleh ketakwaan. Hadirin, kita dengarkan lantunan ayat suci Al-Quran yang akan dibacakan oleh Saudari Febi Febiola. Disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. والذين هم لفروجهم حافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم فإنهم غير ملومين. فمن ابتغى هم العادون والذين هم لأماناتهم وعهدهم راعون والذين هم على صلواتهم يحافظون والذين هم على صلواتهم يحافظون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will sing Indonesian national anthem. We expect you to stand up, please.
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin, disilahkan duduk kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Study of Islamic State University, Imam Bonjol Padang, Dr. Andri Ashadi MAG, for a welcoming speech. Time is yours.
Sambutan Dekan Fakultas Usuluddin dan Studi Agama oleh Bapak Dr. Andri Ashadi MAG. Disilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahillazi arsala rasulahu bilhuda wa dinil haq yuzhirahu ala dini kullih wa kafa billahi syahida. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa ashhadu anna muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh sallallahu alaihi wasallam la nabiyya ba'da. Bapak dan Ibu narasumber, Ibu Rektor dan kita semua, mohon maaf izinkan saya menyampaikan sambutan ini dengan bahasa Indonesia yang nanti akan dilengkapi dan disempurnakan oleh Ibu Rektor. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Ibu Rektor UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, kemudian para narasumber kita. Yang pertama Profesor Ronald Lucensbull, University North of Florida, Amerika Serikat. Kemudian Profesor Dr. Ali Panda dari Mindanao State University. Welcome to West Sumatera. Kemudian Ibu Dr. Siti Jehan W. Martin dari Independent Consultant on Gender, Social Inclusion, Peace and Security, Philippines. Dan sedianya ada satu lagi narasumber kita, Pak Dr. Zaim Rais MA, yang berhalangan hadir pada hari ini karena beliau sedang dalam kondisi yang tidak baik karena kakaknya Profesor Nawati Rais sedang dirawat dan dia sedang berada di Jakarta. Sekaligus juga mohon doa kepada kita semua karena kakaknya dalam kondisi yang kesehatan yang sedang kurang baik atau makin memburuk. Jadi sekalian juga kita mohon doa untuk kesembuhan dan kesehatan kakak beliau. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita bersyukur kehadiran Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Di pagi ini kita bertemu dalam konferensi internasional Islam and Social Change in Southeast Asia, yang kali ini kita mengambil sesi kedua dengan tema ini, dan ini adalah sesi konferensi internasional yang kedua di tahun kedua yang kita lakukan di Fakultas Usuluddin, yang pesertanya kita harapkan memang lebih banyak dari Fakultas Usuluddin yang terdiri dari para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam rangka pertama tentu untuk peningkatan kualitas akademik kita bersama, dan lebih khusus lagi kita upayakan ini dalam rangka untuk pengisian borang akreditasi. Kita di Fakultas Usuluddin dan Studi Agama nanti di 2024 akan melakukan pengisian borang, dan pointer-pointer ini bagian dari poin yang bisa kita masukkan untuk itu. Tema Islam dan perubahan sosial di Asia Tenggara sesungguhnya tema yang menarik di tengah berbagai peningkatan sentimen isu-isu identitas, isu-isu etnisitas, dan juga kaitannya dengan negara. Menariknya kali ini kita punya dua pembicara dari Filipina yang akan menyampaikan, tentu saja akan ada singgungan-singgungannya dengan isu minoritas muslim di situ. Kalau kita di Indonesia dengan mayoritas muslimnya, sekarang itu sekitar 88, sekian persen, kita bisa dengan leluasa untuk menjalankan keislaman kita. Tetapi tentu tidak demikian misalnya untuk kasus minoritas muslim di Filipina, di Thailand, bahkan negara terdekat kita di Timur Leste misalnya, yang jumlah muslimnya tidak seberapa, bahkan sangat minoritas. Tentu isu-isu ini menjadi bagian dari isu-isu yang penting, yang mungkin juga akan menjadi catatan oleh para narasumber nanti. Kita berterima kasih atas kehadiran para narasumber kita, dan kita juga berterima kasih banyak kepada para peserta yang sudah registrasi, yang alhamdulillah ada para dosen dan mahasiswa, juga para tamu kami yang dari luar. Mari kita berkonferensi, mengikuti sesi demi sesi dalam rangka peningkatan kualitas akademik kita, dalam rangka memperkaya baik bahan ajar, bahan tulisan, atau untuk publikasi. Kami atas nama pimpinan fakultas juga mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada para panitia, Bapak dan Ibu, para dosen, dibantu oleh mahasiswa dan tenaga kependidikan yang telah jauh-jauh hari menyiapkan acara ini, dan alhamdulillah kita sudah sampai di acara yang kita nanti bersama. Sekali lagi kita ucapkan terima kasih, dan terakhir kita mohonkan kesediaan Ibu Rektor untuk menyampaikan kata sambutan sekaligus membuka acara kita secara resmi. Demikian sambutan yang bisa saya sampaikan. Salah dan kurangnya mohon dimaafkan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Rector of Islamic State University, Imam Bonjol Padang, Professor Dr. Martin Kustati, MPD, for an opening speech, as well as to officially open this event and also to deliver a presentation.
Sambutan Rektor dan membuka secara resmi acara sekaligus menjadi narasumber kita pada hari ini oleh Ibu Profesor Dr. Haja Martin Kustati, MPD. Disilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'd. The Honorable, the full professors who present here with us, the Honorable Vice Chancellors of UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, the Honorable, the Chief of General Admission Planning and Finance Bureau, and the Chief of Academic Administrations Bureau, Student Affairs and Cooperation, the Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Study, Dr. Andri, our beloved full professors of UIN Imam Bonjol Padang here, Professor Dr. Duski Saman, MAG, Professor Dr. Saprudin, MAG, Professor Dr. Edi Sapri, MAG, and others, researchers, presenters, and lecturers. The Honorable, our keynote speakers, Professor Ronald E. Lukens Balls from University North Florida, USA. Professor Dr. Ali Panda, from Mindanao State University, Philippines. Welcome to West Sumatra. Dr. Siti Jahanna Yu Mutin, MA, Independence Consultants of Gender, Social Inclusion, Peace and Security from Philippines. Dr. Zaim Rais, MA, Lecturers of UIN Imam Bonjol Padang. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. This morning, I would like to express my great gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us the opportunity to gather in Zion assemblies, hoping that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will always bestow His guidance and mercy and all of us on our long journey to establish civilization, to serve and feel harmony in this blessed assembly. Salawat and salam for the gracious Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has taught us and who has guided us all of until these present civilizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to meet you all in this happy occasion at the second AICONIS Annual International Conference on Islamic Studies, which is held by Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Studies of UIN Imam Bonjol Padang. In this occasion is our joint effort to guard civilization and to fill spaces with harmony. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, today, in Allah's permission, we finally get together these scholars at Imam Bonjol Islamic State University of Padang. Mentari tenggelam menjelang petang, burung kasuari mondar-mandir. Seluruh delegasi AICONIS sudah datang, konferensi dimulai, lahirkan buah pikiran. First, I would like to welcome all my friends, scholars, researchers, presenters, and participants from this international conference at UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, especially in the Hotel of Premier this morning. This meeting is an annual conference which is held by Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Studies. This activity is expected to be a momentum for cross-scientific academic collaboration to see the reality that is happening in the society in the midst and a scientific perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, second, I also appreciate steps taken by Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Studies, which were able to quickly establish, collect and study various social changes have taken places in society. Hopefully, this can provide recommendation in the forms of academic papers and can be followed up by stakeholders. To the Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Studies, I hope that after this conference, you can immediately compile the academic papers and the output of this conference. We are likely to be born actually in the grounds in Indonesia, a country which is the largest Muslim society. As we know from the data taken from BPJS in the world, Indonesia contributed 13.7% of the world Muslim populations, more than 200 million people. And currently Muslim population in Indonesia in the same cluster as Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. As we know that the countries with the next largest numbers of Muslims are Turkey and Iran. I also taken the data from several internet searches. In Indonesia, the Muslim population is around 87.18%. It is the rest or others of other religion, which is Christianity, Catholic, Hindus, and Buddhists, and also Confucians, whose numbers is more than certain percent. In the future, the Indonesian population will be dominated by three entities: the urban community, the middle class, and the millennial. Our students belongs to the millennial class, which needs various multidiscipline studies to be given by several scholars and from lecturers. Now, various social changes that occurs in society cannot be stopped and cannot be prevented by anything. As we know, by the rapid changes of digitalizations, it is certain we must be able to align ourselves with these changes and not be carried away by them. As universal religion, Islam has promised social change in society. Even so, a number of Muslim scholars, Islamologists, also admits that Islam has all conditions to raise and become important part of social orders and the world community. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic sociologists have quite a prominent difference compared to Western social change, where in Islamic sociology, there is a spiritual change that does not only focus on psycho-social change. This spiritual social change can be empirically multicultural diversity, bearing in mind that is a meeting point of all cultural expression, then can present accommodative, tolerance, and peaceful face of Islam. It's the promotions of broad Islamic image at the global level that can be coexist the cultural diversity and local tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the scholars, Bruce Paugen, stated that the attitude of moderation in the breadth of the life of Southeast Asian Muslim, Bahrul Hayat 2011, he believes that is perhaps because Islam came to this region through trades routes, and the teaching of Sufism prioritized Islamic teaching in very polite and tolerant manner. Glance to Indonesia as an example. With the largest Muslim populations in Asia, Islam in Indonesia has developed through teaching of the science, namely Sufi figures. Mr. Duski Samad has the experts on Sufism and has also writing some books. For example, in the Jepang archipelago and in Minangkabau through the Esurau, the existence of Islam can develop and be accepted due to the pattern used in form of indigenizations and contextualization. This expression of Islam is what makes Islam in Indonesia and also in Southeast Asia and Asia different from the Middle East and Islam in other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this region also patterns has impact on life both socially and politically. From social aspects, at the grassroots level, it is able to reduce the clash between Islam and cultures, or it can be said in different terms between traditionalists and religious. From the political standpoint, it has given birth to a spirit of independence and upholds equality and rejects every forms of colonialism and oppression. The independence of Asian regions and colonialism cannot be separated from the influence of Islam. This influence continues to grow and is able to unite the Asian regions in unity, which is marked by intensive cooperation between countries in the Asian, in Paris field of life, and also not be left behind from the economic aspects, which is marked by the rise of Islamic financial management through Islamic banking. Just now, I just opened one of the programs which is held by the financial departments of Indonesia to make Islamic Sharia activities in West Sumatra. Islam in Asia is no longer in the form of Muslim who existence can be marginalized or diminished. Islam has given birth to great figures whose torch had a major influence on the world, such as Samsuddin Sumatrani, Abdul Samad, Al-Palimbani, Yusuf Al-Makassari, Nuruddin Al-Raniri, Raja Ali Haj, and Sheikh Nawawi Al-Bantani, Sheikh Ahmad Khatib Al-Minangkabawi, and many other scholars, which is birth from West Sumatra as Minangkabau people. Our task is to continue what was started by our forefathers and introducing Islam in understanding of religions and spirit to continue to make a positive contribution to the advancements of human civilizations and maintaining social cohesion and responding to global challenges in cultural, politics, and economics. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the letters of Quran Surah Ar-Ra'd, verse 11. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala says, indeed Allah does not change the conditions of people until they change the condition that is in themselves. According to Tafsir Misbah, this verse talks about any changes. It can be from ni'mat, pleasure, into ni'mat, wrath, and vice versa, from negative to positive. For these verses, Tafsir al-Misbah also explained, first, the first speaks of social change cannot be individuals. It should be in the groups and tied together among others. Although the change initiative can come from individuals who have a social impact among the people. Second, the use of the word koyum shows that social laws applies universally, regardless the ethnicity, race, and also the religion, wherever and whenever they are. Third, the change of the God made began with the change that man made. Humans have values, determinations, and willpower, and also abilities that result in socially impactful activities. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the reflections of the past, the integration between instilling religious values in integrated values in formal education institutions and local institutions in society in West Sumatra and broadly in Indonesia. A further examination, ladies and gentlemen, educational institution, educators are the spearheads that are the forefronts of the integration of the educational models. Islamic education institutions are institutions that play important role and give great initiative for various changes that occurs in society. Especially for UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, we have the Adigim, revelation, knowledge, and culture. The three are assembled from the Minangkabau traditional culture, tali tigo sapilin, tigo tungkus sajarangan. Ladies and gentlemen, as the result, the rate of transformation can be balanced, and also the integration of Islamic education itself. Will the local knowledge base is the strategic step in the development of education patterns and make it happen. Based on these changes, that we can conclude that at least there are 4 choices for our rules as the experts, as the scholars in Islamic studies. First, you are leaders of change. Second, you are the followers of change. Third, you are the audience of change. And fourth, you are the opponents of change. The choice is on you, ladies and gentlemen. As scholars, we must take part in this condition. Scientific forums, which is held by Faculty of Usuluddin and religious studies, are very important to be followed by some scholars, not only from UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, but also from several universities in Indonesia and also in overseas. Then it must be able to carry out the adaptation, step from religious and social perspective to respond rapid changes in society. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference can become a bridge to deliver the idea from some scholars and also researchers and experts in this international conference. Then the success of Islamic world care for the Islamic civilizations in Indonesia. Again, I warmly welcome all of you to this international seminar. Experts and academicians will present the important papers, then also idea. This is in line with the hopes that the mission carried out by UIN Imam Bonjol Padang. I'm sure that the various topics that have become the taking point and also the talking point from the speakers, from the presenters of this conference will provide an understanding for all of us, especially in the development of community in West Sumatra and also in Indonesia. Various recommendations from the various papers presented will be a reference for community and academicians in developing studies on Islamic institution. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, with the hope of Allah's blessing, I officially open the second AICONIS Annual International Conference on Islamic Studies with the theme Islam and Social Changes by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ke Bukit Tinggi naik pedati, pedati berangke dari Grand Zuri. Laba kumpul para akademisi, jarangan kopi mari mulai berdiskusi. Memancing ikan di Sanjohari, dipancing anak orang Bukit Tinggi. Selamat dan sukses menjalani konferensi, lahirkan naskah akademisi dan rekomendasi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to present the souvenirs to all of the keynote speakers by Director of State Islamic University, Imam Bonjol Padang, Professor Dr. Martin Kustati, MPD.
Penyerahan cindramata kepada narasumber dari Rektor Universitas Islam Negeri Imam Bonjol Padang oleh Ibu Profesor Dr. Martin Kustati, MPD. Disilahkan. Baik, kami persilakan kepada Ibu Rektor untuk memilih ke tempat ke bawah agar memberikan cindramata kepada narasumber kita pada hari ini. Disilahkan untuk mengambil tempat. Kami undang juga seluruh narasumber dan juga Dekan Fakultas Usuluddin dan Studi Agama. Baik hadirin, setelah penyerahan cindramata nanti, kita akan memasuki sesi foto bersama. Diharapkan agar bersiap-siap mengambil tempat yang telah disediakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take picture together. So please, our respectable guests, join together in the front stage.
Ya, kami silakan untuk kepada para hadirin yang ingin foto bersama, kami silakan untuk mengambil tempat yang telah disediakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Muhammad Idris, MA, to recite doa. Time is yours.
Hadirin, agar lebih hikmatnya acara kita pada hari ini, marilah kita berdoa bersama yang akan dipandu oleh Muhammad Idris MA. Disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For today's occasion, let's take time to pray to our God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let's start with Al-Fatiha. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina wa habibina wa sayyidina wa habibina wa syafi'ina maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan mustaghfirin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim وعظيم سلطانك اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات وتابع بيننا وبينهم بالخيرات رب اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين Allahumma ja'al istima'ana hadha istima'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma ja'al istima'ana hadha istima'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وارزقنا علوما تنفعنا اللهم نور قلوبنا وأفكارنا بنور هدايتك كما نورت الأرض بنور شمسك وقمرك أبدا أبدا ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to close the opening ceremony of Second AICONIS Annual International Conference on Islamic Studies on theme Islam and Social Changes in Southeast Asia. Thank you all for coming and joining. We really appreciate it.
Dengan demikian, berakhirlah acara pembukaan Iconis kita pada hari ini. Dengan bersama-sama kita melafazkan hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selanjutnya kita masuk ke panel session yang akan dipandu oleh moderator yang terhormat Rahma Eka Saputri, dan juga kita undang narasumber pertama kita, Ibu Profesor Dr. Martin Kustati MPD selaku Rektor Universitas Islam Negeri Imam Bonjol Padang. Disilahkan.
All right. So let's welcome the first keynote speaker, Professor Ronald Lucansbull, PhD, Professor of Anthropology and Religious Studies, University of North Florida, and our moderator. Baik, kita ralat hadirin yang terhormat. Ibu Rektor kita, beliau sudah meninggalkan lokasi, berarti kita ganti dengan
Okay, I think we can start this session. Thank you for Master.
Baik hadirin, kita break dulu untuk sementara waktu. Silakan untuk para hadirin yang mau menikmati snack dan minum disilahkan kita break terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih. Baik hadirin, kita break sekitar 10 menit sampai dengan selesai nanti. Silakan untuk menikmati makanan dan minumannya terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all today. Good morning, good day, everyone. Welcome to the second annual International Conference of Islamic Studies with the topic Islam and Social Changes in Southeast Asia, or we also known as the AICONIS. And I am Rahmah Eka Saputri, will be your moderator for this session. And with me here already stay with us three speakers, the greater speakers. The first one is Prof. Ronald Lakensbol, and also Prof. Ali Panda, and also Dr. Ali Jihan Mutin. Welcome to West Sumatra, Prof. Okay, maybe we are going to just directly go to our presentation session. So we are going to have three speakers today, and each speaker will present their own paper in front of us for about 35 minutes. And after that, after all presentation, we are going to have a Q&A session, so participants can ask the question to the presenter, and then I will choose some of the participants that can ask, and also make sure that the question is addressed to which speaker. Okay, so before we start our presentation, I'm going to introduce to you our three speakers for today. And our first speaker will be Prof. Ronald Lakensbol. Before he present his presentation or his paper, I'm going to read his profile in brief. So he is a cultural anthropologist who has been conducting research with the classicalist Muslim community in Indonesia since 1992. He has so many publications, which are 5 books and approximately 22 articles or chapters on topics including Islamic education, leadership, globalization, research, methodology, and ethics. And also in 2018-2019, he received a Fulbright Senior Scholar Grant to conduct research on GP Ansor, the young men organization associated with Nahdlatul Ulama, the largest Islamic organization in Indonesia. And he is currently a professor of anthropology and religious studies at University of North Florida, America. And today, Prof. Ronald, we're going to present her paper with the topic Islam and Social Changes in Anthropological Perspective. So, Prof. Ronald, the time is yours. So you will have about 25 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. Feel free.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maaf salah. Walaupun 26 tahun belajar itu sering jadi bingung. Dengan hormat saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Martin, Ibu Rektor, Bapak Dekan, dan kawan-kawan di panitia untuk mengatur ini. Saya senang sekali bisa ke sini dan diminta pakai bahasa gado-gado. So I have been asked to use a little bit of Indonesian and a little bit of English. So happens that the other speakers on the stage do not yet speak Bahasa Indonesia, although I think it's pretty clear from talking to them, if they were to live here, they would learn it very quickly. So the first slide, please. So one of the things, maju. Jadi saya mau menyampaikan sedikit latar belakang dan teori-teori antropologi tentang perubahan. Karena saya kira harus pahami apakah itu perubahan dan gimana bisa dipahami sebelum kita bahas baik atau buruknya. I think we need to understand a little bit about what it means for the change to occur. Change is only, and I have a misspelling here, the only thing that doesn't change is change. Hanya satu hal yang tidak berubah, itu perubahan. Change, they're always, bahkan di zaman batu, even in the Stone Age, things were changing. Maybe slowly, but things were changing. So it's a constant. Kalau bilang mau menolak perubahan, ya gak bisa. Itu akan jadi. Pilihannya hanya sifatnya kami terhadap perubahan. So our only choice as people is how we're going to face it. Maju. So also, in anthropology uses this concept called holism. Holisme dalam antropologi berarti semua bagian atau wilayah budaya saling berhubungan. All the different parts of culture are connected. So, keagamaan, religiosity, is connected to education, is connected to economy, is connected to family life, is connected to, tradition, is connected to, everything is connected. Itu berarti kalau semuanya berhubungan, itu juga berarti perubahan juga holistik. Satu perubahan di satu wilayah akan mendorong perubahan di wilayah berbeda. Jadi kalau kita merubahkan, misalkan sedengar saya untuk beberapa darasawasa di Malaysia, awalnya mereka semua orang belajar bahasa Inggris. Terus untuk 20 tahun bahasa Inggris tidak ditekan. So in Malaysia, it used to be everyone studied English, and then for 20 years they didn't really make people study English in school. Well, kalau tidak belajar bahasa Inggris, if you don't study English, then it's harder to get certain kinds of jobs or for Malaysians to compete, bersaing in the global market. So a change in one area means a change in other areas. Or with dalam pendidikan pesantren, kalau tambah kurikulum negeri, tambah SMP, SMA, atau madrasah ibtidaya dan aliyah, hanya ada 24 jam per hari. So if you add, there's only 24 hours in a day, so if you add more secular subjects, there's less time for other subjects. Or, ini contoh yang saya pernah terbit tentang IAIN menjadi UIN. Tambah prodi-prodi umum yang dari fakultas asli Fakultas Agama banyak yang takut, tidak ada orang yang minat untuk usuluddin atau dakwah atau syariah, dan fakultas-fakultas mereka akan menurun. Karena ada hubungan antara anggaran, budget, dan jumlahnya mahasiswa. Selalu berkait. Perubahan di satu wilayah ada berkaitan dengan wilayah yang lain. Itu berarti melawan perubahan masuk akal. For people to be resistant to change or to oppose change is rational. Orang tahu, ya mereka takut, tapi mereka juga tahu berubah satu sisi yang lain juga akan berubah, dan mungkin kita belum tahu perubahan bagaimana. So we know that a change in one area will lead to change in other areas, but we don't know the kind of change, what will change. Maju. So we can talk about types of change, and we can talk about what's involved. So one type of change is diffusion. Diffusion itu berarti ada bagian dari budaya yang menyebar tanpa ada paksaan. Misalkan mikrofon dan loudspeaker dipakai, dipinjam, dipakai karena berguna, so that it spreads, it borrows. And one of the things that's interesting oftentimes in diffusion is how things change. The meaning changes, or the usage changes. So, for example, McDonald's. McDonald's in Indonesia is a little expensive, sedikit mahal. Dan juga ada gengsi, ada status. Kalau if you can afford to eat at McDonald's, you're good, hebat. Kalau di Amerika, enggak. Itu makanan yang terendah. Itu angkringan pinggir jalan. Posisinya seperti itu. Kalau makan di McD itu berarti kamu tidak punya uang. Nah, jadi artinya McD beda di Indonesia dengan Amerika. McD diffused, McDonald's came here, but it has a different meaning. Then always when cultural items move between one culture and another, there's the meaning changes or the use changes. Jadi cara menggunakan berubah, atau kalau di Hong Kong, satu perubahan untuk McD, itu lebih banyak dipakai oleh perempuan daripada laki-laki. Kenapa? McD tidak jual minuman bir. Dan perempuan mau berkumpul di satu tempat dan tidak mau menghadapi laki-laki yang mabuk, jadi mereka lebih sering milih McD. Nah, jadi cara pemakaian juga berubah. Itu jadi pusat wanita dan pusat anak-anak remaja karena tidak ada alkohol. Ini jadi, ya ada McD, tapi pemakaian McD di Hong Kong beda dengan di Indonesia dan dengan Amerika. Ada enculturation. Enculturation itu dalam situasi ada pemaksaan atau penjajahan. So this includes for Indonesia ini termasuk administrasi Indonesia yang sangat dipengaruhi oleh Belanda zaman dulu. So Indonesian administration and bureaucracy is very heavily influenced by the Dutch. And then you can also have pertukaran, is an exchange, and there isn't a power dynamic. Another aspect of enculturation is in the 1960s, people in West Papua, in West Irian Jaya, in Indonesia, didn't wear a lot of clothes. Jadi orang Papua dulu tidak pakai pakaian. Baru ada pengaruh dari luar, dari pemerintah, yang menyatakan kalau mau sekolah, kamu harus pakai celana, harus pakai baju kemeja. Jadi itu enculturation, ada paksaan untuk mereka berubah. Maju. Change is not unidirectional. So change isn't ke satu arah saja. So it can advance, it can go backwards, maju, mundur, membaik, memburuk, and also mutar balik. Satu contohnya mutar balik. In 1995, I went to an event at IAIN Cabang Malang, now Win Malang, graduation. The invitation undangnya bilang pakaian untuk laki-laki, batik atau baju putih sama dasi. Ada dua orang. There are only two people who wore batik. One grandpa, satu kakek yang ndeso. Dan aku pakai batik. All the other men wore Western business attire. Sekarang kita ke kegiatan kampus, semuanya pakai batik. Dari ada perubahan, tidak mau pakai batik, apalagi malu sama batik. So there was a point where Indonesians were almost embarrassed about batik. Putar balik dari bangga. So change can happen in a way where, it goes in one direction and then it changes and goes back. And so, it is and I think there are a lot of things that we can look at that. It can also be cyclical. I can't think of any examples within Islam and Southeast Asia, but there are examples in the anthropological literature where, Edmund Leach wrote about bangsa Shan di Burma dan pemimpinannya ada yang sangat autokratik, tapi bisa ada untuk beberapa lama sangat autokratik, terus sangat demokratis, balik lagi ke sangat autokratik, balik lagi ke demokratis. And there are other examples where change is, in English we call it a pendulum. Kesini, balik ke sana. Kesini, balik ke sana. And so I think when we think about change, we need to know, is this a change that's in one direction, or will there be some movement back? Also involved in Maju, the anthropological way of thinking about change is also about things like inventing and imagining traditions. Jadi pembayangan tradisi. And this comes from various authors, Hans Bauman Ranger, Benedict Anderson, and imagined, bukan imaginary. Apa artinya imagine atau dibayangi? Itu kita harus sedikit harus mengisi hal-hal yang mungkin tidak disampaikan ke kita. So there's, in any tradition, there's various things that we have to kind of fill in the blanks. So this leads to debate. Did the Prophet Muhammad dress like modern Saudis? And there are people I know in Indonesia who says, no, he did not. Jadi pakaiannya Nabi Muhammad seperti orang Saudi sekarang atau berbeda? Kita harus membayangin gimana, karena tidak ada foto dan ada ya di Saudi mereka bilang ya seperti ini, tapi di Madura ya tidak seperti ya yang orang Madura pakai. So it's important to keep in mind that traditions are imagined. Maju. So also selain tradisi yang dibayangkan, orang membayangkan apa yang dihadapi. So modernity is imagined. Democracy is imagined. Globalization is imagined. One of the first parts that's imagined is it dangerous? Modernisasi itu bahaya atau tidak? Dan bagian apa yang bahaya? Alat. Jadi alat pengeras suara, alat pesawat itu yang bahaya, atau mungkin moralitasnya yang bahaya, atau apa yang bahaya. Then, so we imagine, is it dangerous? And then can it be, we have to imagine, is modernity something that can be, ya saya tahu bahasa Inggrisnya, bisa dikendalikan, that can be sort of reworked so that it's not dangerous. Ada bedanya, jadi anak Muslim, ada Kristen juga yang bilang modernitas itu bahaya dan tidak bisa dikendalikan. Jadi mereka mau meninggirkan, memojokkan mereka sendiri dan tidak mau bergaul dengan yang umum atau menolak 100% yang dari luar kalangan mereka. So there are those Christians and Muslims and Jews who reject the idea that anything from the modern world can be adopted and used and be done in a correct way, so they isolate themselves. Democracy, how we imagine democracy. And, you know, you have to imagine what it is. Kita harus membayangkan itu, demokrasi itu apa, sebelum kita bisa menghadapi. So for all of these things, lanjut dan ini yang terakhir. So the point of thinking about it is whether we're dealing with change that is good or bad in part depends on how we are imagining the problem and the solution. And here's a change I know of in Islamic practice. Lempar batu setan di Mecca. So throwing stones at the pillars. Dulu tempatnya kecil-kecil. Sampai banyak orang diinjak, terutama orang Indonesia. Lama-kelamaan dibesarkan dan dibesarkan lagi sampai ada ramp. So in Mecca now, around the pillars, there's a ramp, and the pillars are very big. But did you know, tahu nggak, ini ada, saya pernah nonton video, habis lempar batu, batunya nyebrak pillar, terus diarahkan di bawah, ada sistem otomatis untuk mengumpulkan semua batu, mengeluarkan, membungkus kembali, dan kembalikan ke haji. So there's an automatic system that collects the stones, puts them on conveyor belts, moves them out, bags them up, and gives them to the haji. Itu perubahan. Itu namanya bid'ah, tapi a good form, right? Because it mempermudahkan part of the Hajj. So you have to imagine, is this, is change necessarily bad, or can change be a good thing? And so a lot of it really, when we talk about change is good or change is bad or change is dangerous, that is based in part of how we are choosing to imagine change, how we're choosing to imagine what the challenges are, and how we're choosing to imagine what the solutions are. So itu masukan dari saya, berharap ada manfaat. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Prof. Ronald. Such an insightful presentation from him. We are so excited to be in question and answer session so that we can ask some interesting question there. But before that, we're going to move on to the next speaker. So we have here our second speaker, Prof. Dr. Ali Panda. Good morning, Prof. Yeah, and before we start, I'm going to read his profile in brief. So he is a former dean in KFC IAAS, also former acting of graduate school, and currently he is a professor at Mindanao State University, Philippines. And in this moment, Prof. Ali Panda will present his work on advent of Islam and its impact toward peaceful coexistence in Filipinos setting. So, Prof. Dr. Ali Panda, the time is yours.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Of course, the honorable rector of this university, the dean of the Usuluddin, Faculty of Usuluddin of this university, and of course my co-speakers, the Master of Ceremony, the participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I must also be thankful to the organizing committee of this second annual international conference on Islamic studies, Islam and social changes in Southeast Asia, for the invitation to present a topic entitled The Advent of Islam and its impact towards peaceful coexistence in Philippine setting. I believe the topic itself is broader enough, and I hope I can make it within the time frame. Ladies and gentlemen, the advent of Islam and its impact towards peaceful coexistence in Philippine setting is an area that must be understood deeply within the context of Islam and existing realities. Before that, you know that Islam as a way of life, as enshrined in the glorious Quran, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the English translation, the only religion accepted in Islam, in Allah, in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is Islam. And this has to be influenced and regulated by the Sharia, the totality of the commandments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know, Islam embraces both ibadah and muamalat. Ibadah deals about the relation between man and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, while muamalat refers to the relation that deals about the relation between man and man, between man and the creatures. And because of this embrace that almost half of the world population embrace Islam because of its characteristics. To be more specific, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, was born nearly in 570 or 571 after the death of Prophet Isa alayhi salam, and died on June 8, 632. That is more than 600 years after the advent of Islam, maybe in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines. This is one thing that we have to ascertain. Where is the data or information between 6th century and that of 11th or 12th century, which is now being considered by the historians the advent of Islam in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines. You know that accordingly, the Sahaba or the companions of the Holy Prophet, after the demise of the Prophet, they spread to the different sectors, different places of the world. Some settled at Basra, Kufa, Baghdad, Jerusalem, and in the distant part of the world, like China, in India, and in Southeast Asia, which includes Philippines. Because they have to fulfill the very objectives of man's creation, and that is to worship Allah and to establish the rule of Allah on earth. To worship Allah is the primordial concern of the Muslims, as enshrined in the Quran, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the English translation, that we created men and angels for them to worship me, according to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in the second objectives of man's creation is to establish the rule of Allah on earth, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the glorious Quran, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the angels that I have to create a vicegerent on earth. This is the second primordial objectives of man's creation that influence the Sahaba and the Muslims to spread to the different sectors of the world just only to propagate the religion of Islam. According to some historians, like Saidi Agoncillo, who wrote about the Philippine history, that in 7th century, there was an Arab traders in China. It was not mentioned whether they are Muslims or not. But what is important that according to this historian, they were Arab traders. And if you have to correlate of what happened, that Islam died in 6th century. And it is assumed that these Arab traders were Muslims. And in 8th century, accordingly, there was an Arab community in India. So therefore, according to some Filipino historians, that there are theories of the coming and the spread of Islam in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines. First is trading activity. Second one is the Islamic teaching. And the third one is the Islamic preaching. This includes marriage as a social institution and establishment of the Sultanate, the political leadership in a particular area. Because of this, ladies and gentlemen, acculturation has taken place in the various places in the world like Philippines, meaning there has been a contact between two or more cultures, and you know that the dominant one shall prevail because of its resources. This is really what happened, because before the advent of Islam, it is believed that there was already an indigenous or a traditional cultures in their area. And after the advent of Islam, there is this Western political culture that has taken place in various areas and in the Philippines in particular. You know, the exact date of the coming of Islam in the country or in the Philippines and even in Southeast Asia is an issue. It is a phenomenon that must be ascertained because nobody can tell us the exact date of the advent of Islam. What is mentioned is 12th century, 13th century, or in the 11th century. But the period of the 12th and 15th century saw the arrival of Islam in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines. You know, the early Muslim missionaries known as Makdumin or Makdum came to the Philippines. In 1310, accordingly, Tuan Masayka, the earliest known Arab missionary, died in Hulu, and he was buried in Mount Datu. He was the founder of Sulu First Islamic Society. The coming of Islam in this area was ascertained because of the tombstone marks 1310, which is similar also in other countries in Southeast Asia. Like Terengganu, there is tombstone in Terengganu, reflects 1303. In Java, there is also a tombstone in Greece in Java. It reflects 11th century. And there is also a tombstone in Indochina. Champa in Indochina reflects 11, that was in the 11th century. These are archaeological data being used by the historians just only to identify, to ascertain the advent of Islam in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines in particular. Well, we have the Dato Puti of Panay, Raja Sulaiman of Manila. You know, Raja Sulaiman of Manila, accordingly, from this area in Sumatra. And we have the Sultan Kodarat of Maguindanao. They were the followers of the so-called Makdum's teaching. They were the followers of the Makdum teaching. Next. In 1390, a Muslim fleet from Sumatra came up to Hulu, and its leader, Raja Baginda, established himself as a leader of the Sulu Muslims. They settled in Buanza, the first capital of the Sulu Sultanate. meaning Buanza was believed to be the first capital of the Sulu Sultanate. And the history shows that the Sulu Sultanate had reached to the level of nation state that was before the arrival of the Americans in the country. It is now a question that the Philippines nowadays has been mentioned that has not reached to the level of nation state because it is a state composed of several nations. We have the Bangsamoro, we have the Cordillera, we have the Christian majority in the country which have different socio-political identity. In 1475, in 1475, Sarip Kabunsuan left Johor and established the Sultanate of Maguindanao. He reached Malabang, a coastal Iranon town. You know, I think you are very popular of this so-called Iranon. According to our old folks, this Iranon people from the Indonesian, they are actually penetrating the Indonesian Sea. And because of the industrialization, then they migrated to the different places in Southeast Asia, including Philippines. Later, the Sultanate of Ranao or Danao, in your language, it is Danao. Ranao in our hometown, in Marawi City, which means lake. That's why our people called Maranao because we are living around Danao or Ranao, one of the ancient lake in the world and the biggest lake in the Philippines. In 1450, Said Abu Bakr, an Arab descendant of Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, joined Raja Baginda and married the Raja daughter. So after the death of Raja, Said Abu Bakr founded the Sulu Sultanate and took the title of Sultan Sharif of Sulu. With the coming of the Spaniards and the Americans, the Sultanate declined. The American power, incorporated the Sultanates into the Philippine Republic. Next. Now, so therefore, we have that so-called socio-political acculturation that has taken place in the Philippines. We have the most traditional socio-political structure followed by the Sultanate, and now we have the Western political structure as introduced by the Americans in the country. Let's come to the Islamization process. The Islamization process in the country had taken place with various modes: trading, da'wah through Islamic teaching and Islamic preaching. Third, the institution of madrasa and masjid, and the institutionalization of marriage as a social institution, and the establishment of sultanate. These are the modes of Islamization that has taken place in the Philippines. And this brought the Muslim society in the country. Next. Now, as far as the Islamic impact is concerned, then we have that Muslim society in the country as influenced by Islam and the Sharia influenced the government to have the principle of the separation of church and state. And this is enshrined in our Constitution. No state religion. What is mentioned in our Constitution is there must be separation of church and the state, which means your religion is yours and our religion is ours. Our government respects various religious entities in the country. So therefore, the Muslims can play the role the religious rule in the country without any restriction from the government, which influence the so-called peaceful coexistence in the country. The Muslims and the non-Muslims can live peacefully in the country. The government also recognized madrasa, masjid, Muslim holidays, etc. Meaning, our government has encouraged the accreditation of madrasa and masjid, and of course the recognition of the Muslim holidays. You can imagine that the two major Muslim holidays, the Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, has been recognized by the government as holidays not only in the Muslim areas, not only in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, but to the entire country. During this Eid, it is considered, it has been recognized by the government as holiday. This also contributed to the peaceful coexistence in the country. The third one is the enactment of Presidential Decree 1083, otherwise known as the Muslims Personal Law, which establishes the Sharia court not only in the Muslim areas, not only in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, but in other places outside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. There is that Sharia courts, but the jurisdiction is limited to marriage, persons and family relations. Fourth, the teaching of Arabic language and Islamic values in both public and private institutions in the country. It has been covered by laws, letter of instructions, and executive orders from the national government recognizing the teaching of Arabic language and Islamic values. And these Arabic language and Islamic values are being offered in all levels of our educational system, not only in the Muslim areas, but there are universities in the country offered the teaching of Islamic values and the teaching of Arabic language. This, again, contributed much to the peaceful coexistence in the country. The creation of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, it is only granted to the Muslims but not to the non-Muslims. Although Philippines is a Catholic country, it is the only Catholic country in Southeast Asia. But our government has recognized the establishment of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, which includes the Bureau of Hajj and Endowment, and also the establishment of the so-called Amana Islamic Investment Bank we have also in the country. The Amana Islamic Investment Bank, and above all, is establishment, the recognition of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. With this, ladies and gentlemen, this contributed much to the peaceful coexistence in the country. Next. So you can see some of these images that really that reflects the peaceful coexistence. Our government is trying to ensure unity in diversity, because it is believed that no country can be developed if people are fragmented, if people are disunited. So there is a need to ensure the sense of nationhood in the country so that the Muslims and the non-Muslims can live together for a peaceful and economic development. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the date of the coming of Islam in the Philippines is an issue. It is a phenomenon that has to be asserted. And therefore, it requires an in-depth research in order to determine the exact of its coming in the country. Maybe we have to go some museums in different places in the world, like Spain, in America, in the United States of America, yet only to give us more data regarding this. So therefore, the advent of Islam and its Islamization process and impact through the various modes of dawah have been felt, or they have been felt in the country. In view of the above discussion, it is hereby recommended that a further research must be undertaken in rewriting the Muslim history in the Philippines. It is also recommended that the need to re-examine, re-investigate, and to study in depth the advent of Islam and its impact towards peaceful coexistence in the country should be included as a subject in all levels of the Philippine educational system. Alhamdulillah and terima kasih. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ali Panda, for your presentation. I think this issue is very interesting to discuss also. Jadi Prof. Ali Panda berbicara tentang bagaimana Islam masuk ke tanah Philippines. Beliau menceritakan mengenai prinsip dasar Islam tentang worshiping God atau menyembah Tuhan dan juga prinsip khalifah, sehingga nilai-nilai itu kemudian tersebar. Islam menyebar ke berbagai daerah dan juga di wilayah Asia Tenggara. Dan di Filipina sendiri itu sudah masuk pada tahun 1310. Cara-cara atau proses Islamisasi yang terjadi di Filipina sebagaimana yang disebutkan oleh Prof. Ali Panda tadi, melalui trading, melalui perdagangan, dakwah, kemudian juga Islamic teaching, melalui bahasa Arab dan juga masjid, dan juga ada madrasah. Bagaimana impact dari kedatangan Islam di Filipina? Tampaknya melebur begitu saja dengan adanya dukungan dari pemerintah dan juga penerimaan yang baik dari masyarakat di sana. Sehingga terciptalah, meskipun berbeda tapi mereka tetap mempercayai each leader lead their community, seperti itu. Jadi masing-masing leader agama itu akan tetap memimpin jamaah mereka sendiri tanpa harus ada bentrok satu sama lain. Mungkin seperti itu sedikit gambaran mengenai apa yang telah disampaikan oleh Prof. Ali. Terima kasih. And for the next speaker, we have here Dr. Siti Jihan Mutin, MA. She is an independent consultant on gender, social inclusion, peace and security in Philippines. She took her doctoral program in MSU, Iligan Institute of Technology on Sustainable Development in Philippines. She also active in gender issue. She become independent consultant on gender and peace and culture, and also become regional commission on Bangsamoro Women Arm since 2013. And today, Dr. Siti Jihan will present to us her paper about the impact of culture on women, peace and security, agenda in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. So, to Dr. Siti, the floor is yours.
Hello. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'd. A very pleasant good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My salutation to the rector, Professor Dr. Martin Kustati, Dr. Andre Ashadi, the Dean of Ushuluddin and Religious Studies, to Dr. Sufizi Kumbang, to the members of the faculty and staff, students and guests of the Islamic University, and also to the members of the panel, Dr. Ronald Lukensbu and Dr. Ali Panda, and to our beautiful moderator, a very pleasant good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here to share to you our study. In the Philippines, Philippines is composed of roughly about 120 million Filipinos. There is a region there on the southernmost tip of the Philippines, which is called the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, majority of the people there are Muslims. Nowhere in the Philippines can you find many Muslims, but in the BARM, you will find the Muslims there. In the Philippines, there is a social transformation program that focuses on women's participation in governance and democracy, in the protection and prevention of human rights violations against women, and promotion of women's rights, and also their participation in peace building. And we call this program the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. It is all over the Philippines, but in BARM, we have a regional action plan on women, peace, and security. That is the first in the Philippines, it's the first in Asia, it's the first in the world. RAP, WPS for short, has been piloted in BARM for the last 10 years. And many gender advocates and working for women's participation in governance and democracy, in peace building, has come to the Philippines, especially to BARM, to look into how this has been implemented. The Women, Peace, and Security, or the WPS agenda, is linked to equality between men and women. That there's a belief that only peace based on the rights and dignity of every individual can truly be lasting. So if there is no peace based on rights and dignity, then we think that the peace in Mindanao that we have worked so long for will not last. This is an articulation, the WPS agenda is an articulation of UN, United Nations Security Resolution number 1325. It's a global resolution on women in conflict, and its goal is to transform communities by improving the lives of women who are in conflict. And in the context of BARM, which has more than 2 million women living in conflict, this is a very important piece of action document. Because if we have 5 million residents in BARM, we're saying that more than 2 million of those are women. The BARM is a region that has been beset by conflict for more than 5 decades already. So there's always armed conflict, violence in that region. And WPS, the attainment of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda in BARM is also linked to the Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Number 5 is on attaining equality, attaining gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Sustainable Development Agenda number 10, which focuses on reduced inequalities of within and outside of countries, and another Sustainable Development Goal, which is 16, and this is on strengthening peace, justice, and institutions. And so the study which we conducted intended to assess the impact of the socio-cultural impact of Islam on the implementation of the Regional Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security. Next, please. When we conducted this study, this is very new to many, so it was exploratory, it was qualitative, evaluative, and it's purposive. Right? This is the first research study of its kind that has been conducted on the area of women, peace, and security agenda, and linking them to sustainability and linking them further to the achievement of the sustainability development goals, which we are all trying to achieve by 2030. Next, please. So here is a little background on the trends, gaps, and challenges that is present in the Philippines for us to have a more definite view why women, peace, and security agenda is one of the priority security agenda in BARM. So accordingly, in the Gender Inequality Index, out of 162 countries, the Philippines rank 104 when it comes to Gender Inequality Index. And that only about 28% of the parliamentary seats are held by women. Most of these women, at least 75% of these women, have reached at least high school in education as compared to 72% of their male counterparts, which only means that in BARM, we have more educated women than their male counterparts. And as to the labor market, however, the women is at 46%, while men is at 73%. Next, please. As to the gender equality gap, the Philippines ranks 17th overall in the gender gap. And when we talk about economic participation of women globally, Philippines rank 18th. And when it comes to political empowerment, women in the Philippines rank 33rd, 34th in health and survival, and only 39th in educational attainment. Now, like I said before, why is Women, Peace, and Security Agenda important? Because the Regional Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security is the first in Asia. It is the first in the world, which really focuses on strengthening institutions, which really sees to it that agencies of the government will have programs within the agencies that will focus on the protection of women's rights and prevent violations against these women. And in BARM, 10 years already has passed since its initial implementation. In 2023 and 2028, I was part of the team that enhanced this program so that we are going to go to another cycle from 2023 to 2028. So the goals of the Women, Peace, and Security is on protection and prevention, participation and empowerment of women, promotion and mainstreaming of women's rights, and then of course we do monitoring and evaluation. But taking a look at how are things happening in Barm, we can see that, for example, in Barm, when it comes to sexual violence against women, there's only 0.8%, as compared to the highest in the country, which is in Karga. That's about 13.8. What does this mean? The smallest sexual violence happens in Barm, a Muslim area. The highest sexual violence is in another non-Muslim area. And so we say, there is the impact of Islam on the society. Because as we can see, sexual violence, although there may be some, but then it's not high. In fact, it's the lowest in the country. As to the physical violence, we have noted that there is at least 4.9 violence committed, 4.9% of physical violence committed on the women in Barm, but still it is the lowest in the country as you compare it to the other regions. And again, because we believe that Muslims in Barm, they practice the Islamic tenets that, man, you have to be good to your wives. Man, you have to respect women. And if you do not, this is part of how we live as Muslims. Next slide, please. And so, as we can see in the next slide, this is quite new. The gender-based violence data says that we have the lowest, and in Barm we have 5 provinces in Barm, and only 1 province in Barm is noted to have a higher rate of violence as compared to the other provinces, which is almost 0. So next slide, please. So very briefly, we take a look at the Bangsamoro women. That's what we call ourselves. The women, the Muslim women in Barm, that we call ourselves Bangsamoro women. So the state of Bangsamoro women and girls in Barm, there's 50.1. Next slide, please. There's 50.1 are women. And then next slide, please. There. That's 50.1 are women. That 55% of the women in Barm belongs to the reproductive age and are economically active. That out of 1,106 men who are in politics and governance in Barm, there's only about 221 women. That's roughly about 20% of women are in politics. The rest of the 80%, they're held by men. And if you look at, there's a Bangsamoro Transition Authority, which is like the parliament in the new Bangsamoro regional government. There are 16 women there who are members of the parliament versus about 98 men in the parliament. And so that's how it is in the Barm. But unlike in other regions in the country, and then maybe also even Asia, there is a recurring and multiple displacements that are happening in Barm. This could be because of the conflict, armed conflict between the government and non-state actors, or this could be due to natural disasters. And there's always perennial flooding happening in the area. So it's either natural or it's either armed conflict. But the thing is, there is recurring and multiple displacement happening over a period of probably 50 years. And we take a look also that this one is very important because of what happened during the pandemic, the COVID-19. 54% of our respondents are saying that there was actually no observance of gender protocols. And it's very difficult because we are Muslims, and gender protocols are very important for Muslim women. We cannot stay in one tent with men who are not our family members. But what can you do if you have only 10 tents available for about 100 people? And so what do you do in that case? Next slide, please. And so very briefly, we over the study which we conducted in more than a year, the gaps and challenges. Next slide, please. We take a look at the gaps and challenges, and one of which would be the impact of COVID-19. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 impact, economically, women are still adjusting because of the lockdown. Most of these women and their families have been suffering economically. And so this is the time that they are still coming back on their feet, putting up new businesses or continuing where they left off. But mind you, continuing where they left off is even a privilege for more than 50% of these women. Most businesses of women have closed during the pandemic. And it's only very recently, maybe in the past 3 or 4 months, that's how recent it is, that these women are getting back into making their own businesses. When it comes to health, many areas still in BARM still are very afraid, very scared of COVID-19. And so there are still some areas in the region which try to practice what we have globally practiced during the COVID-19. And so this means that still wearing of mask, still the social distancing, not really having a big gathering, and still this is practiced. Another gap and challenge that is faced by women in these areas is the presence of threats from extremist organizations. I don't know, you have probably heard of what happened in Marawi City, in BARM, in 2017, when our city, the city where I come from and Dr. Pandak comes from, we were attacked by an ISIS-like extremist organization and destroyed the whole of the city. To this day, 7 years after, only about 30% of the residents have come back to the city. So therefore, the commerce and education in the city has not yet gotten back to normal. We are trying very hard to have our normal lives back, but it's happening very slow. And beside on top of that is we still get these reports that there are extremist groups in our midst. And so part of also the challenge that we face is the prevention and counter acting violent extremism in our midst. And on top of the peace building activities that we continue to do is the PCVE activities. Then there is a Rido or clan war, which is a war that is horizontal. It's a war that between clans or between members of different families, but it has taken on, sometimes it escalates to a full-blown conflict, and so killings between families will still happen. Unfortunately, we see it as very much part of the culture, and unfortunately, to this day, it exists. And then another challenge is political violence. Every year we have an election of some sort. Either we have a national election we have a regional election, or we have a barangay election, municipal-based election. And so every year there is an election of some sort. And every year there is political violence. And every year our being Muslims are put to test. Can our being Muslims, can we vote without getting compensation? Are we going to vote for the right person? Are we going to vote for the ideology, or are we going to vote for the money that the candidate is giving us? And so every year we are put to test like that. And then another gap would be the culture. We are Muslims, but in BARM, the religion may be Islam, but we are also from different ethnic backgrounds. There is a Maranao, and for example, I'm a Maranao. We are from the mountain top, and there's a lake, Ranao. So we are Maranao, people of the lake. But there are also Tausug, people of the Sug, people of the current. And so they are from different, and these different ethnic backgrounds, to us being one Bangsamoro people. When you say Bangsamoro people, this is the aggregation of the different ethnic Muslim groups in BARM. But again, our ethnicity is always challenging our political aggregation as one Bangsamoro. So despite this, these are opportunities also that exist. One is that there is the BARM Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Like I said, it's a parliament. It's a parliament that is supported by the national government. It has a budget, a resource from the national government, 72 billion per year. And so we, the Bangsamoro BTA, can now make programs without asking the national government first, because the budget is already there. And so this is an opportunity for the Muslims to really strategize on what best programs, what best course of action they can take. And then for the women, now there is a heightened interest in women, peace, and security. There is international organizations coming in and wanting to know what's happening on the agenda, the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. In fact, Mindanao State University, the only university in Mindanao which teaches Islamic studies, is going to offer Women, Peace, and Security as part of the teaching module that they will be giving to the university. And so, next slide, please. In the study, we have found out that on economics, there has to be an assessment to be made for the beneficiaries, and this can be done by local. Like I said, we have to take into consideration our being of different ethnic backgrounds to determine the actual needs of the people per group in order to avoid mismatches in terms of assistance and skill sets to be given to the beneficiaries. As to the social impact, the projects of women, peace, and security should be socially cohesive. It has to see to it that these projects will bring in peace and will not bring in unpeace, and will not bring in conflict between individuals or between organizations or between tribes, but rather it should be responsive to the actual needs. As to environment, this project, this study is also concerned about climate change, mitigation and adaptation, environmental protection. Early warning and early response mechanisms should be injected in future programs. We have seen that most of the programs does not have this component, and it is high time that when we design programs, especially for women and gender, and where society is involved, that it has to look at not just one component, but has to look at 6 sustainability components. One cannot exist with the other. We cannot just look into economic component, but we have to look at economic and the environment and the social to ensure its sustainability. And as to governance, it has to be multi-stakeholder, multi-level engagement at all stages of the planning and implementation. As to ethics, it's also very important in developing programs that ethics, we have to develop awareness to foster peace building and community responsibility. And also, there is ethical procedure that we have to do whenever we get into a project or program for our Muslim communities. And as to cultural, the project has to foster a culture of accountability and transparency while respecting cultural nuances. Apparently, accountability, who is the person in charge? It's very important. What do I need to show that I can command respect from the community so they will believe in this project, and this project is not just owned by me, but owned by the whole Muslim community. And this is very important when we talk about the socio-cultural impact. So, like I said, next slide, please. Then, of course, when it comes to governance mechanisms, next slide, please. We have to look at the hierarchy and the consultations and also the stakeholders. And one very important thing in the Women, Peace and Security agenda is finding the intersectionality of women, peace and security and development, and also humanitarian aid. Because in BARM, all of those are present. Conflict is present. Humanitarian development is needed. Development, progress is also part of the economic goal of the area. And so finding the intersectionality of all of this going on is very important as we move forward in our Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So, next slide, please. Okay. So access to information is very important. Access to education, women's representation, intimate partner violence is also very important for women in BARM. And then also the BARM transition, like I said, we have the sanction and the go signal of the national government until 2025 with about 72.5 billion pesos resource every year to do plans and programs for BARM. After that, we're on our own. That's part of the autonomous regional goal for BARM. Next slide, please. Okay. We've also mentioned that this relationship of women and the local government units are already established. Next slide, please. That the United Nations international organizations are very much interested in women, peace, and security agenda. And so socio-economic development interventions are open. Then there is also the heightened awareness, like I said, of the role of women in conflict setting. And so these are opportunities for our women. Next slide, please. So here, for future research and collaboration, as to the policy, we think that women, peace, and security should be an integral part of peace education. In the Philippines, we're already trying to do that. I know that Australia is also looking at this. There are other regions in the world which are looking at the integration of women, peace, and security as an agenda to be part of the curriculum or peace education modules. And then for future researchers, maybe if interested, to make a similar study using the same framework that we have used, maybe the same location at the end of the RAP WPS cycle. Like I said, we're doing the next cycle from 2023 to 2028. Maybe after 2028, we can do the similar study, and then we compare the responses found in the present study. And maybe somebody might be interested to conduct a similar study in another region, maybe in Indonesia. Maybe you'd be interested to take a look at the Women, Peace and Security agenda in Indonesia. Maybe alone, or maybe in comparison with the other countries in Southeast Asia, or maybe with other regions, or even multiple regions, to determine the state of how we localize the UNSCR Resolution 1325 on preventing violence and promoting women's rights globally. And so on that note, thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siti Jihan, for your presentation. It's very interesting study, I think. Barangkali ini adalah tentang, ini adalah tentang bagaimana BARM atau sebuah komunitas yang ada di Mindanao, Philippines, di mana mereka membangun sebuah komunitas perempuan yang bertujuan untuk melindungi hak-hak perempuan dan keterlibatan mereka dalam aktivitas sosial maupun parlemen seperti itu. Satu hal yang paling menarik, one thing that very interesting for me is when you give an information about that the woman in BARM has the less violence compared to another region, and it is, you said, because of the value of Islam, while paradoxically we can see that women violence is still become the face of in some Islamic community in other region. But in BARM, di BARM itu terlihat sangat menarik sekali karena kekerasan baik itu fisikal maupun kekerasan seksual, angkanya yang paling kecil di wilayah di sekitar dari Mindanao itu sendiri, dan itu adalah pengaruh dari nilai-nilai Islam seperti yang dikatakan oleh Dr. Siti. Alright. I think we have come to the second session of this conference. So we will have 20 minutes until 25 minutes for the audience to give feedback or a question to the speakers. And then the speaker will give the answer. But if you want to give the question, please mention to who the question is addressed so that the speaker can get the key of your question. Okay, I think we can open the Q&A session from now. Silakan kepada bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, para audiens semuanya, untuk memberikan pertanyaan kepada 3 pembicara luar biasa kita pada kesempatan kali ini. So please raise your hand. Okay, we only have 2. Okay. Okay, maybe we have another participant that will give a question beside 2 participant in front of me. Apakah ada lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang ingin menanyakan? Okay, so we have 3 participants who will give a question to our 3 speakers. We have Ibu Silmi in here for the first who will give question, and then Taufik, Bapak Taufik, and then Bapak over there for the last one. Okay, for the participant who will give the question, maybe you can stand in front of the stage and then introduce yourself and ask the question to the speaker. Okay, please tell me. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Silmi Novita Nurman, dosen UIN Imam Bonjol Padang di Fakultas Usuluddin. Saya mau bertanya kepada Profesor Ali Panda, yang tadi pembahasannya adalah tentang advent of Islam and its impact towards peaceful coexistence in Philippines setting. Mungkin saya akan bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia seperti itu. Tadi bahwa Profesor Ali sudah menjelaskan terkait bagaimana sejarah masuknya Islam ke Filipina, bahwa masuknya Islam ke Filipina itu terjadi pada tahun 1300-an dan salah satu cara masuk Islam ke Filipina adalah dengan cara perdagangan, pernikahan dan lain segala macamnya. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah, itu kan tadi adalah sejarah masuknya Islam di Filipina pada masa awal-awal ya gitu. Pertanyaan saya, bagaimana wajah Islam di Filipina hari ini? Apakah masih sama kejayaan Islam di Filipina pada masa awal-awal masuknya hingga hari ini, terutama dalam keberlangsungan agama Islam dengan agama lain. Kemudian, apakah di Filipina ada terjadi benturan antara agama lain, misalnya pelarangan berdirinya rumah ibadah dan lain segala macamnya seperti itu. Apakah kemudian ada kebijakan-kebijakan yang dibuat oleh pemerintah itu terkait kebijakan-kebijakan yang mendiskriminasi kaum minoritas? Sekian saja, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Silmi. So, Silmi, question for Prof. Ali Panda. She has 3 questions. The first one is, how about the newest phase of Islam condition in Philippines today? Because you show up about the historical of Islam in Philippines before this era, but what about today? What about the condition of Islam community in Philippines today? And the second one is there any clash among the societies toward this Islamic community? Do they probably ban to build the mosque or something like that? Is the other community ban Islamic community to build mosque or something like that? Is there any clash between them? And the third one is related to the government. Is there any kind of discriminalization, something like that, from the government toward the Muslim community in Philippines? Do they give some not distraction but obstacles, or do they discriminate them in Philippines? Is the government discriminate Muslim community in Philippines? Maybe these are 3 questions from Novita Norman. Okay, maybe Prof. Ali will directly answer your question.
Alhamdulillah. Philippines is a Catholic country, the only Catholic country in Southeast Asia. But despite of that, our government has paid respect to the Muslims. As a matter of fact, it is enshrined in our constitution that there is a separation of church and the state. La ikraha fid din. Your religion is yours, and our religion is ours. No compulsion of religion. Despite of that, our people are divided into 3, and we call it tri-hijratic approaches. We use the word hijrah, because that hijrah only applied during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet when they migrated from Makkah to Medina. But in our country, Since we cannot apply, we cannot impose the concept of hijrah, then we used to have three approaches. First is the armed struggle against the government. We have the MILF and the MNLF, but now they are now in the government. The second approach that the Muslims use in the country is through da'wah. Da'wah, because they believe that there is a need to Islamize the entire country. Why should have to separate from the rest of the Filipino population? We need to Islamize according to our da'i, our du'at, our tabligh. That's the second approach that our people are doing. The third one is political participation. We have to participate in the political process. We have to actively participate in all government affairs. Because according to our people, including the politicians, the ulama, if we liken the system, it can be likened to a house that there is a gate. And if you have entered into the gate, you are now accessible to display the qualities of leadership within the system. Meaning, some of our people and most of our leaders used to actively participate in the socio-economic and political process in the country. That's the three hijratic approach that are being observed in the Philippines. And so far as the attitude of the government towards the Muslims, there is no such discrimination. As I explained before, that while it is true that Philippines is a Catholic country, our government has provided so many programs and projects for the Muslims. Like what I said, the enactment, the formulation of the PD 1083, otherwise known as the Code of Muslim Personal Laws in the country, which established the Sharia court. We have now the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, which caters the political problems of the Muslims. We have the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, which also caters the religious activities of the Muslim, like Umrah, Hajj, and the like. We have the Bureau of Hajj and Endowment. As far as economy is concerned, we have the Amana Islamic Investment Bank. So there is no such discrimination in the eyes of the government, but of course, in the eyes of the people, we cannot, that is normal, we can find certain person, maybe non-Muslim, we used to have negative attitude to the Muslims, but that is a very isolated case. So that is what I can say. Thank you for your nice question.
Ali, for your answer. Okay, so Silmi, Prof. Ali mengatakan bahwa Muslim di Filipina adalah orang-orang yang sangat respect terhadap Muslim dan juga keberagaman itu sendiri. Mereka menggunakan, Muslim-Muslim di sana menggunakan berbagai approach atau pendekatan untuk mereka bisa diterima. Salah satunya adalah dengan dakwah. Kemudian yang selanjutnya juga adalah dengan keterlibatan atau partisipasi mereka di dalam kegiatan-kegiatan pemerintahan, sehingga dengan begitu mereka dapat dukungan dari pemerintahan. Sehingga menjawab pertanyaan selanjutnya, tidak ada diskriminasi terhadap orang-orang Islam yang ada di Filipina itu sendiri. Begitu juga halnya dengan apakah terjadi benturan-benturan sosial di sana? Ada terjadi benturan sosial, tapi hanya dalam kapasitas yang sangat kecil sekali dan bukanlah perkara yang besar yang terjadi di Filipina. Jadi bisa disimpulkan bahwa memang terjadi balance yang baik antara perbedaan yang terjadi di sana, baik itu antara Muslim society dan juga society lainnya yang ada di sekitar Mindanao itu sendiri. Okay, so that is for the first question, and then maybe we can go for the next question. Mr. Taufikur Rahman, please.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dua salah. Introduce myself. My name Muhammad Taufik Rahman. Now I'm a cadre of lecturer in Faculty of Usuluddin and Religious Studies. This question to Mr. Ali Panda. My question is, as the understanding of Muslims that the method used by Rasulullah SAW in spreading Islam is the best dakwah method, as we know. For about 23 years, Islam has spread in the Middle East. According to you, Mr. Ali Panda, what about your opinion? Is it possible that the method of used by Rasulullah SAW can be applied to social change in this area? Is it still appropriate? And yes, appropriate, because Islam has entered for more than 1 century in Southeast Asia in generally, and Indonesia especially, so that everything is evenly distributed like that. You get it, sir? Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, that's the best question. Of course, returning to the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet is the best approach, not only in the Philippines but throughout the world, because of this khilaf, meaning the conflict of opinions among the people nowadays, or just after the demise of the Holy Prophet. We really observe that there are conflict of opinions that falls under the so-called fiqh, meaning the understanding of the Sharia. So the best approach that we can do, not only in the Philippines, is to return back to the life of the Holy Prophet. Peace and blessing of Allah be upon him. In the Quran, it has been mentioned to be Allah and the Apostle, the Prophet. If you obey Allah, if you obey the Prophet, you obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya wa'ati'u Allah wa rasulahu wa la tanaja'u fatafsalu wa tadhaba rihukum wasbiru inallaha ma'as sabirin. There are many ayah in the Holy Quran that we have to stick firmly to the Quran and the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu atiullaha wa atiur rasul wa ulil amri minkum fa in tanaja'tum fi shay'in farudduhu ila Allahi war rasul in kuntum tu'minuna billahi wal yawmil akhir dzalika khairu wa ahsanu ta'wila. In another verse in the Quran, Allah says, wa ma atakumur rasulu faquduhu wa ma nahakum anhu fantahu. Take of what the Prophet had brought to you and assigned to you, and forbid what he forbid to you. So in other words, the only ultimate legitimate approach that we can do is to return back to the Holy Prophet, to the teaching of the Prophet. Prophet said, I leave two things among yourselves, and if you stick to them firmly, you will never go astray from the right path. One is the Quran, and the other one is my Sunnah. Taraktu fikum amrayn ilan tadillu ma tamassakum bihima kitaballahi wa sunnati rasuli. While it is true that we have this school of truth left to us by the mujtahid, by our madhab, but Allah says in the Quran, if you differ anything among yourselves, you refer it to the Quran and the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet. فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ ذَلِكَ خَيْرٌ وَأَحْسَنُ تَأْوِيلًا. That's the best approach that we can do despite of this prevailing conflict nowadays. There are extremists, we have we have people who are moderate and so on and so forth. In order to resolve such, that we must have unified approach in da'wah, we really have to return back to the life of the Holy Prophet, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ali Panda, for your explanation. Okay, I think we are going to move to the last question. Please, Bapak.
Sarwat. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry if my English is not good, but I try to do my best. For Mr. Ali and Mrs. Siti, I'm so close to Filipina actually. When I was working in Malaysia, every day I'm also speaking to Filipino. So if I go to embassy, Filipino embassy, they talk me Filipino. By Tagalog I mean, but I don't understand. So every day, actually, I got friend from Filipino, even my English is not good. My question is, I think a short question, not question, suggestion. We have communities service program in our university. Call is KKN, Kuliah Kerja Nyata. Is it possible to send our student to Philippines for that project? Is possible, I think, our rector or either in our university have talked to you, communicate to you, to do or to do that project, I think. That's my suggestion. Is it possible? The second is, the latest I know from Philippines is, actually, I follow news from Philippines from Marcos. It's too long. I have story. I don't know why. I'm interesting news from Filipinos and from Marcos president and Imelda, and then after that, one more president. I forgot the name, and then the latest is not anymore. The latest news I know is Philippines is a camp of terrorism, especially from Indonesia. It's not a good news for us, and also for Islam generally. Is it still have a camp in Mindanao or another area in Philippines for the tourism? Because I think it's not a good for Islam or development in the world. The third is probably in Indonesia we have organization, a big organization like Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama and another organization. But in Filipina, I don't know. Is it in Filipina have a da'wah organization to develop da'wah in in Mindanao and another country or in Filipino? Just now my friend asked Mr. Ali have a good, how do you think, a good, no, many Al-Quran, hadith, research, reciting Al-Quran. So the question is, Muslim Philippine go to Islamic university where? Is it in Malaysia, Indonesia, or to Egypt or Saudi Arabia? I don't know, because like Mr. Ali, rather good. English, the Arabic, the Islamic reciting is good. And I think that's all for Filipino. And for Mr. Roland, I think you are a good, good presentation, good theories. I don't know how to follow you because I think it's a. I don't ask anything because I think it's a good. Even I'm not all I understand, but when you presentation, I think we have different, yeah, from a foreigner, especially from America, when he speech in annual conference or in another like this. I think I don't know how to follow or how to study your style. I think it's a good presentation for us. Thank you very much. Sorry, my English is not good. You can ask me or if you don't understand what I mean. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. So, Bapak, you forget to mention your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Sarwan, Sarwan, short name. Not like Filipino 3 name. First name, middle name, and last name. Just one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Sarwan. So he asked Prof. Ali and Siti about 3 questions. Actually, this is related to the Islamic community in Philippines. The first question is it possible for us here to send the student to Philippines? Is it possible for us, student exchange, is it possible for us in this university to send our student to your university, probably something like that, yeah. And then the second one is, Bapak Sarwan heard an information or a news about that say that Philippines is the camp of terrorism. So is this news still influence the cohesion of your community, of your Islamic community in Mindanao? Is it give any influence or not, something like that? And then the third one is, in Indonesia, we have an Islamic organization called Nahdlatul Ulama and etc. And Mr. Mawan want to know, in Philippines, do you have the same organization with us that conducting a discussion among Islamic societies? Yeah, so those are 3 questions from Bapak Marwan, and also he gives some expectation to Prof. Ronald about his presentation. But actually, I have a question to Prof. Ronald, because I read your paper and also your publication. You look so interested in Indonesia Muslim community. My question is, what makes you find that Muslim communities in Indonesia is interesting? Why do you think that Muslim Indonesia is more interesting compared to another Muslim communities in another part of the world? Because you have focused on study Islamic communities in Indonesia since 1992, so you may have such huge information about Indonesia community. Okay, those are the questions. Maybe the speaker can answer those.
Hello. Thank you for the question. Very briefly, I'm sure Dr. Ali will add to this. On the first question, is it possible to send students in Indonesia to the Philippines and maybe students from the Philippines to Indonesia? I think it is possible. Of course, there are policies in how we go about it. Maybe go through a memorandum of agreement for the exchange of students. But I know that, for instance, Mindanao State University or other universities would be happy. We actually welcome students, foreign exchange students, to come to the university to learn. And I think it would also do good for our students to learn from your university. That's one. As to the second question is on terrorism. Okay, do we still look at parts of the camps in the Philippines as terrorist camps? Yes and no. Yes and no. Why? From the point of view of the Muslims, these are not terrorist camps. No. Yes. But however, there are organizations who are very radical, and their presence, like in my presentation earlier, there are radical organizations present in the area, and they are a threat to the peace in our areas. Other more organized organizations like the Moro Islamic Liberation Front or the Moro National Liberation Fronts, the fronts are organizations which are not considered terrorists. And these are the only organizations which have camps. From the point of view of the Philippine government and from the Muslim community, these are not terrorists. However, from the point of view of ordinary non-government, non-Muslim community, these areas, some of these areas, and also big Islamic boarding schools are seen as breeding ground for terrorists. And this was part of the theory that was forwarded during the Marawi siege. They saw that some of these young men who were like ISIS were actually from these big Islamic organizations and madrasas. And so that is why. But that is very isolated also. And that also needs further studies, I think. As to the third one, there are many Islamic organizations at the national scope and at the regional scope. At the regional scope, because we have BARM, there is the BARM Darul Ifta. It's a regional organization sanctioned, which has the mandate from the government, and they're supposed to take good care of all things related to Islam and Islamic teachings. That is Darul Ifta. And we also have a mufti who unfortunately just passed away a few days ago. And all things, fatwa and all that, will have to pass through. At the national level, there used to be many organizations like the Ulama Bishop Conference, which is one of the biggest organizations, but it has been inactive for a long time. There's a National Commission on Muslim Filipinos at the national level, and part of the goal now of the National Commission is really to strengthen national organizations to make Islam more stronger in terms of something like your Nahdlatul Ulama, We don't have that in the Philippines, but we're thinking already right now on how to organize or approximate that kind of organization right now.
Okay, I have to add, thank you for the nice questions regarding the possibility of having student exchange. I think that is possible through institutional basis and arrangement. Maybe this university, the State University of Imam Bunhul, Padang, will inform or write the president of our university, maybe through the dean of the King Faisal Center for Islamic, Arabic, and Eastern Studies. You call it faculty here, but in our university, we call it college. So we have some commonalities of programs. As a matter of fact, in our faculty, in our college, we are offering Bahasa Indonesia that is required to our students. You cannot graduate in BEs in international relations without passing through that language, the Bahasa language. As a matter of fact, when I was a student of the Bahasa Student Association in Mindanao State University, we were able to invite Consul General Hartunu of Indonesia, based in Davao. He was able to visit us and serve as our guest speaker. We have some commonalities. As a matter of fact, our college or faculty of King Faisal Center for Islamic, Arabic, and Asian Studies, we are offering Sharia, both undergrad and graduate program. We are also offering BEs in teaching Arabic. We are also offering BEs in international relations. So I believe that with this program, we can have, let's say, collaborations, exchange of students and faculty. With regards to why Philippines is now the camp of terrorism, in fact, this is everywhere in the world. But there has been a misconception of people working for Dawah, not only in the Philippines, but also in Southeast Asia. This can be attributed to the emergence of various Haraka Islamia from different places of the world who may have different approach in doing da'wah. And just to I would like to inform you that in the Philippines, we have so many Haraka Islamia from Egypt. We have the Ikhwanul Muslimin from Egypt, plus including this School of Thought are now in the Philippines who may have the same approach in doing dawah. This contributed much to khilaf, the conflict of opinions. That's why I said a while ago that the only approach that we have to do is to return back to the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet. But of course, we cannot prevent that there are extremists, and there are also who are moderate, because Islam is a balanced religion, wasata or wasatiya. I have attended many conferences on Islamic conference on wasatiya in Thailand, that we need really to make a peaceful coexistence in the country instead of having this radical move and so on and so forth. But you know that even these radical groups, the extremists, has distinct objective. The only problem is they are very few. They are few among our society. And this is, I think, observable not only in the Philippines, but in different countries of the world. The third question is about another question is Filipino Muslims have the same orientation with maybe in Indonesia? Because you know that the Muslims, the Sharif, the propagators of Islam came in the Philippines via Indonesia. Or maybe they are directly from Sumatra here, and then they went to the Philippines and established the sultanates in the country. There are many tourists that we have to explain with regards to the coming of Islam in the country. So of course, if you are a Muslims, we may have this same orientation, and we are being influenced by this various school of thought. Yeah, after the death of the Prophet, hundreds of school of thought, not only the four madhab, but there are. But we need that the question raised. The only approach now is to return back. The best approach is to return back to the life of the Holy Prophet.
Okay, thank you so much for, the next one is Prof. Ronald to answer my question.
Oke, terima kasih. Ada yang diajukan pada saya, ada yang saya mau komentar sedikit. Akan pakai bahasa Indonesia biar bisa fahami. Bahasa lain di pagi hari ini susah bagi saya untuk faham. Jadi dari pujiannya ini dan komentar perspektif berbeda, ini perspektif theoretical. Jadi, dan kalau saya boleh ada saran, karena saya selaku editor-in-chief satu jurnal Scopus, penelitian-penelitian dilaksanakan di Indonesia, metodologi bagus, datanya bagus, teori kosong. Dan tidak bisa diterima dan tidak bisa diterbit karena teorinya kosong. Jadi harus lebih banyak belajar dan membaca teori-teori sosial untuk penelitian sosiologi agama, antropologi agama, perbandingan agama, dan ya kita dikirim. Saya setiap tahun mereview lebih dari 200 makalah, 65% ditolak oleh karena tidak ada teori. Tidak kirim ke reviewer. Nah, kalau juga tanya kirim mahasiswa ke Filipina, oke, bukan wilayah saya. Ke Amerika, ya sudah. Tapi ada satu program AMINEF yang kurang diketahui dan kurang dipakai. Setiap tahun mereka menyediakan anggaran sekian, mungkin sepertiga dipakai. Itu namanya program Senior Specialist. And maybe I'll do this one in a little bit of English because maybe our Filipino friends also don't know about the Senior Specialist program. This is kampus bisa bikin proposal untuk mengajak seorang ilmuwan Amerika untuk ke kampus di antara 3 dan 6 minggu. Dengan fokus apapun, tapi harus ada fokus, dan nanti kalau diterima, dan yang dibayar kampus, tempat tinggal untuk mereka, dan uang makan. Uang makan boleh sesuai ukuran lokal. Yang lain ditanggung Fulbright. Ongkosnya pulang pergi, honorarium segala macam ditanggung dari Amerika. Proyek udah diterima, Fulbright akan lihat di daftar-daftar orang yang sudah didaftar, Dan semua orang yang sesuai dengan keinginan, CV-nya akan dikirim ke kampus. Kampus milih mau orang yang mana, bisa bawa untuk ke kampus untuk 3 sampai 6 minggu. Jadi bisa milih yang bisa berbahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya pernah di Thailand, satu kewajiban bisa Indonesia Melayu atau bahasa Thai. Jadi itu bisa ada masukan-masukan luar yang tidak begitu mahal untuk kampus. Terus untuk pertanyaan yang ditanyain oleh moderator, saya ini mungkin agak membingungkan orang. Saya tidak mengkaji Islam. I do not study Islam. I study Muslims and what they do for religion. Saya tidak mengamati Islam atau mengkaji Islam, tapi mengamati orang-orang Muslim dan apakah mereka melakukan dalam hal keagamaan. Apa bedanya? Kalau kita bahas agama, itu wilayah ya kalian. Di Fakultas Usuluddin, di Fakultas Syariah, di kampus UIN, itu wilayah ulama. So it's the job of Muslim religious leaders to talk about what Islam is and what Islam should be. I'm not interested in what Islam is. I don't have the right to say what Islam should be. I have the right to say, this is what Muslims are doing. And that's what I study. Kenapa di Indonesia? Ya karena saya suka Indonesia. Tapi ya, juga suka Indonesia karena pada umumnya orang Muslim di Indonesia sangat ramah, sangat terbuka. So I find Indonesians in general, but particularly Muslims in Indonesia, very friendly, very welcoming. And so it's easy, and some groups more than others. So people even say, well, why do you spend more time with certain groups than other groups? Because some groups are more welcoming. And if I'm not wanted around, then I'm not going to keep coming around. And that's just, there's a longer story, but the audience looks hungry, so we'll end here. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Prof. Ronald, for your explanation. I think we have run out of time. And actually we have come to the end of the session, and thank you very much for all the speakers for the presentation, and also for all the audience for the response, and thank you for your attention. And I'm sorry, I'm Rahmah Eka Saputri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Maybe we can take a picture together in front of yang lain juga, Bapak Ibu, kita minta waktu sebentar untuk foto bersama. Setelah itu kita langsung makan siang, istirahat. Habis itu kita langsung ke room panel. Panitia room panel tolong nanti diarahkan, arahan dari panitia panel. Maybe, please, welcoming sir. We can take for pictures together here in front of our stage. Gak usah, buruk bentuknya. Ya, all of us. Ya, semua bagi kita minta waktunya untuk kita foto bersama. Setelah itu kita break, istirahat, sholat, makan, dan langsung masuk pada kegiatan berikutnya. Pak Prof, lau samahtum. Lau samahtum. Tadi kan bahasa Inggris saja, kan sekarang kita bawa bahasa Arab lah. Ba'da taswir ya indana al-ghaza fi mat'am qad juhizat lana Ya, Mr. Please. Oke. Ya, Bapak Ibu yang lain, kita juga dari tamu-tamu kita semua mohon kesediaan untuk kita ambil foto bersama dulu untuk dokumentasi kegiatan kita dan kenang-kenangan kita dalam kegiatan ini. Bonjigong. Sebagian di depan boleh, di belakang juga boleh. Tolong di setting kameramen tolong setting stand berdirinya.
Oke, baik, untuk hadirin dipersilakan mengambil tempat masing-masing. Kita akan memasuki sesi foto bersama. Dipersilakan seluruh hadirin agar merapat menentukan bagaimana
yang
tempat-tempatnya
boleh di depan,
dan boleh masuk
Bapak,
ke
Ibu
depan.
Di depan juga ambil.
Dan setelah ini kita
di
akan
atas juga
istirahat
boleh.
sholat
Silakan on stage.
makan.
Please on stage. On stage. Please.
Kami persiapkan
Ya.
untuk semuanya agar maju ke depan mengambil tempat
Wait,
dan
maaf.
posisinya masing-masing.
Oke, on stage. Another panitia sekalian, panitia on stage, oke. Panitia. Oke, yang lain. Di depan kalau bisa juga boleh. Sit, Rasid, mana Rasid? Sit. Tengah-tengah juga boleh. Ya. Oke, itu cukup, Pak Muat. Ya, yang muda-muda di depan boleh, yang muda-muda. Ya apa-apa, jangan malu, ambil tengah. Ayo cepat. Depan tengah-tengah ini, tengah-tengah. Gak apa-apa. Oke, masuk sit. Yang lain panitia ada lagi di luar. Masuk, paham? Geser. Nah, yang di belakang tuh. Nanti geser nanti. Tidak masuk nanti. Ikut kak tuh. Ikut kak tuh. Capek lah. Ada lagi? Yang muda-muda nak di bawah doh. Yang tua-tua tak agak kok. Nampak doh di belakang. Nampak dah sit. Oke. Satu, dua, tiga. Nampak? Lah paham? Ya. Aduh. Silau tutup pintu. Yang jongkok udah dapet wala bagaya. Edo. Mana turun cheese. Cheese kacang bun. Teraso do. Yang jale tak nampak kan. Oke, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, untuk selanjutnya kita makan siang, Pak Profesor kita didampingi oleh ketua kita nanti, ya Bapak Profesor kami, ya Pak Prof Eka, Pak Prof, kita ada ruang menemani tamu kita makan, dibantu, ya Pak Prof Eka juga, ketua apa? Oke, ada sertifikat. Serah terima langsung.